Hey everybody, we're back with more Final Fantasy XIII. Let's get into it, shall we? Palmacia. Girl Jill Nabat is growing frantic. All her carefully laid plans and contingencies are crumbling around her as the seemingly unstoppable sea rampage through the ship. To make matters worse, the airship's main reactor has suddenly shut down. Jill has yet to grasp what is behind the loss of power. Zaz and Vanille are able to retrieve their equipment soon after escaping confinement. At the same time, their companions make good progress as routes open up across the ship and the sun engine failure has quieted the wind violently across the deck. As if guided by fate, the Lycia reunited. Their success gives them renewed vigour to attempt the impossible, and now, at last, they know what they have to do. They will topple the Sanctum, overturn Fal'Cie rule, and put the fate of Cocoon in the hands of the people. If they can just make it to the bridge of the Palmacia, they'll show the Primarch what Lycia are really made of. Really capable of. So we should be coming up to what I'm gonna assume is the end of Disc 2 in this session. And one of the toughest boss fights in the game. Let's see how this goes. Of course, we're going to go all over this place before we head straight down to the bottom there, which I think is where the boss is. Here we go.
You know what to do.
Stagger. Come on. I don't have a tri-disaster set up. That's going to be an issue. There we go. The infiltrators shouldn't be too much of a problem. They should go down pretty quickly. And after this, I'll have to see about setting up a tri-disaster. Can't believe I didn't set that up.
Target's a target.
One more. Alright. Paradise. I don't need decimation. There we go, diversity, that's what I'm thinking. That's tri-disaster. Alright, that should make things simpler. Let's go and get that item. And then there's some stuff up there. Libroscope, which I may never use. With any luck, we'll get everybody to around, like, close to the max Crystarium point they can be at the minute before we head in. Hopefully that will take care of that. Let's go. Circle around to the other side and we'll take it floor by floor. press all the buttons to activate so we don't have to mess around on the way down. Open up new paths, and if we're unable to take on the boss as we are, this will be our grinding point. So having all the routes open will make it easier to just navigate, deal with. I sneak up on this, come on. Damn it. Oh well.
On your toes.
I want this down as quickly as possible. We can focus on the armadillo thing. Awesome. Diversity. Okay, and back up to Relentless Assault. And then follow that up with a Tri-Disaster to push it as high as it will go. And then dual commandos. Throw as much damage on it as we can. Between the three of us, we should hopefully be able to take it down. Before the stagger runs out. There we go.
Yes!
So much easier when you have a full party rather than just the two people. There, let me see. Press this button. And then this button, which is where I want to actually go. Alright, what do we got in here? Rune bracelets. 2 of them. What are they good for? No idea. Resisting magic. Not great. Should probably see about boosting the equipment level at the next save point. How long is it before the enemies start respawning, I wonder? Umbra. I think that is... Go. But yeah, it's equipment. Snow. Boost the magic, and what's the comparison with the strength? 190, 221. Work out some numbers, it could be worth doing. Floor by floor. This looks like a large group.
We can win if we stay focused.
Take out the Huntresses first, since they do the buffs. That'll be the real trouble. Stagger point. Got a regen on. Come on. Yeah, less showing off. God damn it!
No.
The posing, the way they always have to pose. If we wouldn't have done that, Vanille probably could have gotten the heal off in time. Such a dumb mechanic.
On your toes.
Go. On. One more round of it. Push the diversity, Vanille heals while the rest take out the other Huntress. Could heal a little better than that Vanille, I'd appreciate it.
Nothing personal. Thanks.
This is the problem with using the AI for healing. They don't push it as far as you want them to. MP is not a thing in this game, so there is no reason to be stingy with the heals. No, I want the other one down. You'll go down faster. See, there's the problem. Throwing a cure out to hit everybody rather than specifically going for a certain person. Because the cure takes too much to do and doesn't heal enough. Depending on the circumstance, it could be useful. Here, it is unnecessary. Let's build up that stagger. And take them down. There we go. Okay. So, good news, bad news. That might be the last floor. got some dragoons flying around. Come on, boys.
Let's get this over with.
I want the destroyer down first.
New strategy.
Why did that take longer than usual to switch? Again, there's the problem with the fully real-time switching system. Really, the entire game should stop while they switch. It would make more sense.
Thank you. Thanks.
I appreciate it.
Come on, heals us.
Nothing personal.
Do buff. There we go. Go. Nice. Alright. Not doing too bad on the paradigm Crystarium points. Get down to the bottom and then we'll make use of it. No one on this floor. Armadillo and 2 dudes over there. Money. Oh no, I was wrong. This isn't the last floor. It looks like there's 2 more. Perspective. Alright, here we go. Raiders.
Out of my way!
They're throwing debuffs on. That's not very friendly.
Nothing personal.
There we go. Okay. There you go, the AI knows what it needs to do.
New strategy.
Which is immediately stack everybody with haste. Because why would you make your first buff anything other than haste?
New strategy.
If you only have one character with access to buffs, that character's first buff should be to haste themselves, so they can apply every subsequent buff faster. Oh, I do love haste.
Easy.
Okay. Like just one guy on that floor. That looks like a more challenging fight than going straight forward. Let's go do it. Come on. Okay, I want the medic working throughout this fight. The real issue is 5 opponents will build up damage pretty quickly. It's a numbers game. That's some good work, Lightning. You lost 2 attacks there. Vanille, stop pissing around with Cura and do some cures.
Thanks.
Do more than one cure. This is ultimately why I don't trust the AI with stuff like this in RPGs. Like, you go back to stuff like Persona 3, Persona 4, Persona 5, and how I don't like having the AI do their own move, do the party moves. Because ultimately they're never as competent as you'll be.
Keep it together. It'll be okay.
And I think the Persona games are an apt comparison with this, considering if the main character goes down in those, it is also game over. And so when the main character's health is so critical, you could really do with the healer not being stingy with the heals. Alright.
New strategy.
Come on. Hey Titanium, thank you for the look. And that is that. Still building up Crystarium points. Let's press this button. That looks like probably another somewhat challenging fight. More challenging than the center. Oh, there's a Huntress here. Just the one. Take her down. Go. And once she's down, we can dismantle the rest at our own pace. There we go.
for it.
Shit. Those bazookas fire way too fast.
It'll be okay.
Okay.
Keep it together.
Seriously, Vanille, stop being so stingy with the heals.
Thank you.
Okay. Almost there. There's an item down there, and it's a dead end. While that's going out, I'll press this button, so we don't have to wait for this to come out. Is this going to be worth it? Probably not, but I guess it's around. Out and about. Stretch your legs. Is that a save point? Yes. I think that really tells you just how much this room is intended as a grind point. There's a save point at the entrance and the exit. Right, that's the trick. It looks like just one dude, but then the dragoons fly in. Alright, I can work with that. Okay, dragoons are the priority.
We can win if we
No, not the
stay
Reaver.
focused.
Dragoons will go down faster, and against 5 enemies, I want to be taking them, want to be dwindling their numbers as quickly as possible. Just because of the damage output they're capable of.
Thanks.
Vanille.
No.
It was really nice how she hit everybody with a cura as I was about to die, and then I died. Because she didn't hit me with multiple cures, she hit me with a cura. If I die to that shit again, I'm taking her off heal duty. And I'll do it myself.
We can win if we stay focused. Keep it together.
Okay, come on. Okay, so Vanille I'm not made of Phoenix Downs. Vanille currently has an ATB gauge with 3 slots. She can pull off 3 heals or 1 cure. The right idea here would be to focus on healings. I'm not made of fucking Phoenix Downs, and they're too expensive.
I appreciate it.
Thanks. Out of my way!
She's a terrible healer. So do 3 cures. And she just does 2. Why? With the boss fight coming up, I'm really going to need somebody who can actually do healing. Which means diversity has to be changed. Go with Try Disaster and build up that stagger.
New strategy.
There we go. I've burned through way too many Phoenix Downs with this shit. It was unnecessary, it didn't need to happen. Okay, here we go.
Keep a cool head.
Got fortunate there. It's like, oh no, lightning doesn't have much health. Let's pose. Fucking bazooka hits. Okay, so go after the bazooka guys first. Considering how important positioning is in this, it's unbelievable that you have no control over it.
You asked for it. Keep a cool head. New strategy.
Build this up.
Cool head.
There we go. Okay, I think one more fight and then we're done. And then we get to see if we're ready for the boss. And if we're not, we get to have more fights. Oh no, it doesn't look like there's actually any enemies there, so that'd be the last fight. Unless there's a secret fight here. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Okay. Which means we may as well do the Crystarium now. All that, and we didn't actually get to finish it. The amount it costs just to hit the next node was crazy. And it's only going to get higher because this isn't the end of Crystarium. You look at it and you think, like, we're not that far from the end. And of course there you see the difference. Some characters have way more than others. You think, we're not that far from the end, let's go and grind some more, but it's like, we fought every enemy on the way down, and we only ended up that far. And how far can Fang go? Almost, but not quite as far as Snow. I'm gonna need to buy some Phoenix Stones. Well, the good news is we did just get raised with lightning. And Lightning is the only person right now that matters to have Raise. Because if she dies, then nobody else will bring her back. Because that's how this battle system works. Somebody at Square thought that would be a good idea, and then didn't really balance the battle system around that. Alright, what are we equipped with? Gain level 5 there. That's good. Erling staff. Hey, video games, how you doing, buddy? Okay, and then go back to the Gladius. And that'll do for now. Well, you haven't really missed anything. We started at the top of this room and now we're at the bottom, having gone through all of it. We were at this save point, and now we've gone through the entire room, and now we're at this save point. Considering how much, like, I went through this entire room and killed everything, and the only person who's finished as the current level of the Crystarium is Snow. Everyone else hasn't. They've still got a few more nodes. And it's not like I've been avoiding fights. I've been taking on every fight we've come across. The amount of CP it takes to get to the next level at this point is absurd. And it's ridiculous that they expect you to keep going with those increasing costs after the end of the game and just keep doing it. And there's no good reason to. Don't want to go back up and finish off the Crystarium as it is now. It's only going to get more and more expensive. Is there even more enemies in here? If they respawn? Yeah, they have. Alright. Let's deal with them then. It shouldn't be a huge amount of fights to get to the end. I'm saying that, but it probably is. I think as far as the final level of the Crystarium goes, it's not necessarily a bad concept to restrict it like that. Other games have done similar stuff. The issue is that there's nothing really to do with it. All you can do is wander around Grand Pulse and do some of the missions there. And that's not a good post-game. That wasn't even a good part of the game. But when it's all that you've got as a post-game, it falls down even further.
should see your daddy now.
That was 500 points. Let's take a look at everyone's Crystarium. To 4,000. Yeah, this game definitely has a problem with lack of explanation. Zaz still has that and that to do. That's a 3. $5,000. One, 2, 3, 5,000 pretty much. About 4,000. About 2,000. So we need about 5,000 Crystarium points to finish everybody off. And then you run into the issue, say you do finish everybody off, and everybody hits the peak that they're currently allowed to get to, and then you still have trouble with the boss. Then what? You can't go away and grind and come back stronger. The game is arbitrarily posed a limit to you.
Out of my way!
All you're gonna do is blitz. I don't want you to attack like that. Why are you people so terrible at taking down enemies on your own? I can't trust the AI to heal, I can't trust it to kill the enemies. Alright, let's do this. Build it up a little bit. And then when it's got the stability, throw everything. That's a fair point. The AI is too stingy with its heals. I've burned through so many Phoenix Downs in this area because I was letting Vanille do the healing. And she was just being way too stingy with the heals. Like, oh no, Lightning's about to die. Oh, but Zaz has some health missing. Cure her. Cool. Now Lightning's dead, that's a game over. Because you didn't throw out the heals that were necessary. And it's frustrating.
That's how it's done.
And I don't want to be focusing on the healing. I don't want to be the one focusing on healing if I can't trust my companions to actually be good at dealing damage. It's an MMO-like system, and I have no problem with healing in MMOs. I was a fairly competent white mage once upon a time in Final Fantasy XIV. But that only works when your companions are also competent, and they're not in this. It really can be. Stingy with CP, it has roadblocks to the point where you can't level up past a specific point until the game says that's okay. It undermines its own battle system a lot. Like, the battle system has good ideas with just absolutely terrible implementation. And so it makes a fight like this where it's like, what's this, 5 people? Yeah. 4?
We can win if we
4
stay
people,
focused.
2 of them are huntresses who are going to throw a bus down. And it makes a fight like this really concerning.
Keep a cool head.
And that, the way the game pauses so that everybody can do a pose. Except the game doesn't pause. The party pauses while the game continues and the enemies keep attacking you. It makes me think of stuff like Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow has the issue of fucking bazooka dicks.
Steady now.
Oh great, I raised her and she was immediately put down because she was hit with a bazooka shot.
Here.
And here's the problem with trying to trust the AI to fight your opponents. The priorities are terrible, and none of the opponents are dead. Oh wait, I had them on fucking buffs. Alright, no, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. Fucking kill me.
No.
The real-time system, I feel, is something that Square really hadn't worked out by this point. Trying to make battles work in real time. Or rather, they kind of had with 12, and this was a step back.
We can win if we stay focused.
Don't do fucking this. I want to hit as many enemies as possible. I want this one dead. Oh, what's that?
No.
You were changing the paradigms? Too bad the game was still going without you, and now you've got a game over. And it's something that just becomes more and more of a problem the further into the
On your
game you
toes.
go. as the enemies get stronger and more dangerous and all their attacks do more damage. And you can't grind to a point where it's not an issue anymore because the game limits how far you can go. And so you go from a system that was flawed but could be enjoyable to infuriating. Orphan's Cradle is terrible for it. For fuck's sake. But what is the range on those fucking bazookas and why do they fire so fast?
No.
Orphan's Cradle is the worst for it because you end up at a point where you theoretically have access to everything. Everybody by that point can do every paradigm. They can do all the roles. You could have a group of 3 Sentinels if you wanted. It'd be a dumb idea, but you could do it. And so the game has to figure out a way to make things challenging, and the way it does it is by adding more bullshit. It's like how in Final Fantasy VIII you get the feeling that they realised that their battle system was broken. And so the challenge of Ultimisia's Castle is that they rip the battle system away from you. And you've got to try and get it back before you just die.
On your toes.
Yeah. And so here you have a real problem with the idea of playing as the healer yourself. Because the key decision in this fight was who you target first. And my thought is go after the ones doing the buffs. Sure, it's reasonable, but the dude with the rocket launcher is actually more dangerous. Because the rocket launcher is bullshit, fires too fast, has a stupidly large hitbox, you can't control where you can stand. You know, just a lot of bullshit. And when you take on healing, the rest of your party will not target that guy. So what good are they? And it's a problem that Square still wouldn't solve by Final Fantasy XV. It is similar to Persona 3, also welcome back Titanium. It is similar to Persona 3 in the way that your main character dying means game over, you have no control over your party. But Persona 3 works out better because it doesn't have AoE attacks that hit everybody based on position. It has attacks that will either hit everybody or one person. Yeah, the whole issue with the AI is still a problem that they didn't figure out by 15. Because you get to 15, and I remember specifically in 15, final dungeon, and all I'm doing is throwing Phoenix Downs at Prompto, because the ranged attack character is stood next to the enemies, and just letting them hit him. And it's so dumb, and it becomes a case of, how is this any better than me just navigating a menu? Navigating a menu would be less frustrating. Oh, I hope they fixed it in 13 too. They fixed what? They fixed the issue of your main character being game over if they die. That's something at least.
That's how it's done.
Now that's done, let's just go to the boss fight. Because the boss fight coming up, Barthandelus, is one of the worst in the game. And honestly, I could not blame people if they stopped here. Because this fight is bullshit. At some point, I've never done 13-2 or Lightning Returns, and I am interested in both of them. Paradigm Shift being faster is good, that's been one of my major complaints. Yeah, at some point I intend to go back to them. I'll do a mini cutscene. That's the worst thing, like, you just saw me die. Because they were all doing a little pose. When they should have been active. But yeah, at some point, I want to do 13-2 and Lightning Returns. Pretty much. It's like, okay, so the Crystarium is your levels. Okay, let's take a look at Commando. Commando is currently as far as it will go. Once we finish this chapter, this will open up, and we'll get more that we can level up, which is always so fun, because it costs more. And it's like, okay, so... This is where it starts. Bear in mind, you don't even get access to this until Chapter 3. Okay, so we start here. And for the cost of nothing, we get 100 extra hit points. Nothing, nothing. Okay, and then to this, it costs us 60. So we start with all of these. And then it's 60 CP for this. And so you do the battles and you gain the CP. And then 80. 90. This is per. Now it's 120. Now it's 220. Now it's 350. That was 230 for some reason. 330. 400. And now it's 2000 per. Pretty much. Like, nobody's got CP in positions they can spend. Let's take a look at what the CP this fight gets us.
Keep your mind on the battle. Stay down.
CP is essentially experience that you have to spend yourself.
Time for another approach.
Sphere Grid was an addition to level. The Sphere Grid is always the best comparison. The Sphere Grid is a very similar idea that was handled way better. It's largely what 13 is, especially in its battle system. Ideas that the series has already done better in previous games, except now they've done them worse. For whatever reason. And so it becomes a point of, like I say, you don't get access to the Crystarium until Chapter 3. So for the first two chapters, battles are a waste of time. They give you absolutely nothing. Why is this still such an issue here? I'm sorry, why did I just cast Raise and nothing happened? And here you have another issue. Like, okay, quick, heal, heal, heal. Oh no, the enemy keeps shooting me at the exact right time to interrupt that, and that just stops the ability from happening. What a wonderful system. No, I don't want to smash this game. What are you talking about?
And so it ends.
Yeah. The fact that you can get interrupted in between your abilities, and that just stops them from happening, is incredibly frustrating. And this whole sequence is really the point when the game goes from flawed but kind of fun in its battle system as it started to open up a little more to absolute bullshit. Because now it has to compensate for you possibly having access to any combination of paradigms. And so, how can they deal with that? They deal with it by throwing bullshit at you. Why did that take so fucking long? Pretty much. Final Fantasy XIII so desperately wants to have a real-time combat system and makes so many compromises to it without actually doing it properly. I fucking hate this game again.
And so it ends.
So if the game really wants me to have a sentinel and it's designed this entire sequence around that, it becomes a point of, like Final Fantasy III, a fake sense of openness, an illusion of choice. So Final Fantasy III had that same problem of, here's the job system, be whatever job you want and we'll unlock more as you go along, except at specific points where it says, no, you need to be using this job to succeed against this boss, and if you don't, well, you're not really going to make it. Well, okay, so let's switch to let's switch to a system with a sentinel. I don't want to get rid of Zaz because he has haste. So the reason I picked Lightning, Zaz, and Vanille is because they cover a bunch of stuff. Especially Zaz with haste, and Vanille is an effective saboteur. We could replace her with Fang as a saboteur, but Fang doesn't have the abilities to cover it. Alright. So, let's try it like this. I feel like this isn't a bad combination of paradigms. And if nothing else, Snow has maxed out his Crystarium as far as it'll go at the minute. So let's try this.
We can win if we stay focused. Keep a cool head.
If a game really is so focused on you having a sentinel, it becomes a really stupid case of, like I say, the illusion of choice. The game finally opens up and lets you have whatever battle team you want, but you've got to have either Snow or Fang. And so that becomes a question of, why don't you just do like Final Fantasy IV did and just demand, just pick for us? Honestly, what difference does it make?
No.
I wasn't exactly hating the game last time, it was getting kind of tedious. But we ended last session finally able to pick our own battle team. And I was like, great, now we can do stuff properly this time. Posing. Wow, we can do stuff properly this time. And more than anything, the game just immediately became way less fun. The battle system has become undeniably compromised by this. I said this previously. I don't know if it was during the Final Fantasy XIII playthrough. I said previously, like, 13 has an enjoyable enough battle system.
New strategy.
Until you get late into the game, where it starts undermining it. When I said that, I did mean mostly around Orphan's Cradle, but Grand Pulse does it, and as we're seeing right here, it starts even on the Paliseum. Like I said, I think it's comparable to Final Fantasy VIII, the way Final Fantasy VIII's battle system was broken and was too easy. And so to compensate for that, to make the final dungeon a challenge, they just take the abilities away from you. How can we make the final dungeon difficult? Oh, that's simple. We'll remove your ability to heal. Yeah, the final boss of this game was fucking dumb. Going into it, I was like, okay, final boss, I'd better throw the buffs and debuffs on. And it just goes, cool, you're throwing buffs and debuffs? Gone. Okay. And then it just wipes the floor with you. It turns out, no, the way you're actually supposed to do the final boss is to just keep hitting it. No finesse, no strategy, just keep hitting the damn thing. And it's like, oh, you know, it's great to see that after the entire build-up of the battle system, and the paradigm system, and all the complications and everything that you've added, it's great to see you turn around at the end and said, fuck it, that doesn't matter anymore. So from that we got 1036 CP. And of course the reason we did that fight was to show off the CP you get for it. It's the big difference between 13 and any other RPG, which would give you bonuses to multiple stats at every level up. This game doesn't. Instead, it gives you one stat at a time, one stat increase at a time, for a reduced cost, which ultimately is less appealing. I hope so. I don't want to be spending much time against Barthandelus. I fucking hate Barthandelus. I think ultimately the Barthandelus fight is where the game really falls down. And like I said earlier, I think if there's any place where you're probably going to quit this game, it's this fight. So let's just go do it. One change I want to make. Zaz Vanilla and Lightning. Nah. Let's see how this goes. Boom, done. Unless he uses his giant laser attack, which hits a wide area, and your characters are all stood together like they're guaranteed to be. Because this is dumb.
Been looking for you, Nabat.
Alright, here we go.
Your Eminence, please escape. I'll cover your retreat.
Why don't you leave, Jill? Or rather, take your leave. Humans have no business here.
What? Your Eminence!
What?
Yeah, so after all that build-up, Jill Nabat is never actually fought.
Monster! People are not yours to use!
What else does one do with tools? Cocoon is a factory built by Fal'Cie. A factory for the mass production of human thralls.
Not anymore, it's not.
What can mere men do? Without our help, death is all of which you're capable. You saw the fools, a mindless mob drunk on fear of a viewless sea.
Fear that you
If
created.
they only knew Lassie was the one filling their glasses.
Let's see. You mean me?
Lightning, you could read it as Lightning just not caring about snow. I would read it more as Lightning being a professional soldier,
More than that.
knowing not to take her eyes off her enemy.
I am Fal'Cie. My name is Barthandelus.
Alright,
Voice
back
of
up.
the Sanctum and Lord Sovereign of the Cocoon Fal'Cie. Your kind feared the darkness, so we gave you light. You begged us for the purge, and did it not come to pass? Now you spurn our counsel. You must learn your place.
Here we go.
Cocoon's nothing to you?
This is the power of fear.
Hey, Glim. Yeah, like I say, Barthandelus is probably the place where most people will quit the game. If they even made it this far.
You are ignorant of your fate.
Honestly, Clem, I'm pretty angry at this game. Its battle system has really started to fall apart and I am tired of it. Alright, let's go.
Barthandelus!
What can fear?
Blitz can be good if you want to hit more than one. I really don't. I want to focus on them and reduce the numbers.
I am disappointed.
Take down the enemy.
This is the power of Unseen. So we begin the retreat.
Yeah, that's fair enough then. I did see you were lurking. I don't like to call people out
Of your place.
when they're not talking. You never know what the reason is. Honestly, I'm not overly fond of Blitz. I prefer a more focused attack. And I don't like how Blitz takes 2 slots in the ATB gauge. My problem with this song is mostly just the mixing of it fades into the background. Beneath all the effects and stuff happening in the battle.
This is the power of Unseen.
Okay, and open up again. Honestly, there are times when I think, like, would this game have worked out with a 4-person party? I don't feel like it would have really broken it too much to be able to have a single dedicated healer on top of the standard party. These AoEs are pissing me off. Like, here's an idea. If your enemy keeps hitting more than one of you per attack, maybe move away. Something I've really come to understand since I started streaming is how with the older Final Fantasies, the ones that are active time but give you the option of changing, I realise I do actually prefer the wait system to the active system, which makes a game like this kind of frustrating when every single command on the menu has to be pulled off really quickly. Because all of a sudden, our turn-based menu-driven RPGs are suddenly demanding a level of dexterity and speed that they never previously have. And now we have to hope that the giant face laser doesn't screw us over.
Witness my power.
It's like that attack Thanatosian smile. It's like, okay. Don't be in front of the face when it happens. But none of the characters will move. And the worst part about that is Square already did a menu-driven action RPG combat system.
Take down the enemy.
And they did it way better than this. It was called Kingdom Hearts. Having both the menu and the action.
You will taste agony.
And there you go. All of a sudden, the fight's just over. Just like that.
Like that.
What did I do wrong? Basically nothing. Maybe I should have been a little quicker to heal lightning, but honestly, what difference would it have really made in the long run? When the boss can just suddenly turn around and decide, you know what, nah, I'm done with this. Yeah. We might as well throw Vanille back in the party. Sentinel is worthless to us here. Two medics wouldn't be a bad idea either. That becomes a point of the battle's going fine, and then it's like, oh, you don't have a specific party lineup, game over. And again, really demonstrates the weakness of this game's battle system.
You are ignorant of your place.
Coon's nothing to you? Barthandelus!
Reckon mere. You are ignorant of your place.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go!
And once again, demonstrate here why you can't rely on the AI to choose the targets, because they're just attacking Barthandelus, which is a mistake. Fucking blitz. one down.
Thanks. You can do it!
You, ignorant of your place.
Alright, back to the assault.
What can bear the sea?
And of course, haste would run out right at that instant.
Disappointed.
Thank you.
I don't think that's necessarily an issue just with this fight, so much as it is an issue with the entire battle system. Considering just how, again, the game wants to be really action focused, and the characters take their damn time doing anything.
I appreciate it.
Plus, a synergist will just sit there and do nothing if everybody's got all the buffs on. Won't reapply them in sequence, will just sit there.
Let's go!
Which, you know, is totally what you want.
Don't give up! You can do it!
Oh no, every attack keeps hitting everybody. Why don't we move apart? No.
This is the power of Barthandelus. You are ignorant of your place.
Move on instinct.
I appreciate it.
You waste your time.
Why are you back over there with them?
What can bear?
Just like that.
So that irritated me. Honestly, you want the higher power point. God, what can Fang even do? So you want the higher damage output that Fang or Snow can provide, but you need Vanille's debuffs. Which means first half you want more damage. Second half, you want to be able to debuff the opponent. So there's no real winning with this design.
Nothing to you? Follow my lead. Thank you. Thanks.
And thus we have like the main reason why this boss fight would be what turns people off.
Thank you.
If people even make it this far.
You're going down.
What could fear the sea? This is the power of unseen.
Plus, you know, the fact that you can't really trust the AI with anything. Which, as is the case with any game like that, becomes worse as it goes on. Persona 3, fantastic game. You better believe that the closer you get to the end game, the more infuriating the AI companions become.
Take down the enemy.
I'm sorry, where were the heals there, Lightning?
This is the power of unseen.
Move on instinct.
Great, we're right back to where we were before, on the defensive.
This battle is ours.
I think you've got kind of an issue with a boss fight when two healers aren't able to keep up with the damage output. Like, that sounds like it's kind of unbalanced.
I appreciate it.
I don't know what to tell you, why did you bite me? I thought my face looked close enough to a foot that you'd be happy. Do this. It's like, oh, before I could even do any attacks. Oh, I guess I need to heal the entire party again.
What could fear?
And here's a cool idea, Lightning. How about you stop walking towards the rest of the fucking party?
This is the power of unseen.
Thanks.
I'm still working out prices, why did button. I'll get back to you. Take this thing down, and then that'll be... Motherfucker!
What could fear?
Just like that.
This is some absolute fucking bullshit. Yeah, getting mad is what I do recently. Honestly, what about me? Kind of killing a god. It's not really a god. You should have seen me on Saturday when I was doing Ninja Gaiden 2. at one boss. I think I've demonstrated so far through this entire playthrough a reasonable level of competency with this game. And then you get to this boss fight and it's just like, no, fuck you. Die over and over.
Cocoon's nothing to you?
And I think it's perfectly justified to say, you know what, we don't want to play this game anymore. I think if you play Final Fantasy XIII to this point and you've hit this, honestly, I have no problem with you turning around and saying, you know what, I don't want to play this anymore. I've decided this is not a good game.
Fear-addled sheep.
Which of those fucking heads was casting Blizzaga?
Barthandelus!
I try not to get too mad with the streams. Ultimately, a game isn't a super serious thing anyway, and it's supposed to be fun. And I've been finding myself getting more and more angry lately. It seems to have gotten so much easier to make me mad. I don't even apologise for it anymore. There was a point when I was apologising for getting mad on stream. Like back during Sonic Adventure 2, because that final boss set was just absolute bullshit. And I wasn't happy that I was getting mad, and I apologise for that, and I just don't apologise anymore because it happens too much.
The power of fear.
Your grandma sounds like an interesting woman, why do you bite me? This boss is bullshit. And I think it's really not helped by as soon as we do this, we're in Grand Pulse. And Grand Pulse is the grindiest part of the game.
You, ignorant of your place.
It's like, on your first playthrough, you could be thinking this is the final boss and that'd be reasonable. And it's not, unfortunately. You still have so much more to do after this. And you don't realise what's coming.
Barthandelus!
Move away from each other, for fuck's sake. Why are you targeting Barthandelus? It doesn't help, I'm basically fighting the game's own systems here. Yeah. There's only so much you can do in preparation, as you can't overpower the boss. And she's moving back to join the others, so Faraga is going to be hitting everybody, which is something I can't cover with the healing. I can't heal fast enough to cover that.
Take down the enemy.
So you're dealing with these fucked up game mechanics. Yep. Long backs, titanium.
I owe ya.
Take down the enemy.
Like, why move back to them? When the boss just keeps casting AoEs.
You will taste agony.
Oh no, he's going to do an attack that'll hit everybody. How could we avoid that? Move apart. And they won't. And it's just really frustrating. Turn-based games, truly turn-based games, can have a lot of strategy to them. Which can be very enjoyable, working out the strategy. The unfortunate thing is, this isn't a turn-based game, but it doesn't really want to admit that it isn't turn-based, and so it's this horrible hybridization of turn-based and real-time that doesn't work.
Witness my power.
Oh great, I hope. Yeah, there we go. Like, Final Fantasy X has a proper turn-based system, and even lists the turn order on the side so you can work things out. You know who's going to go when, and so you can make a strategy based around that. Who do you want to take out as quickly as possible? Who do you want to deal with? Who do you want to heal? Yada yada yada. Everybody, because everybody's stuck in front of it, because everybody's a fucking moron. And I don't want to play this game anymore. This is always the biggest problem with a game with bad mechanics. Where you just end up working against them, desperately trying to make things work in the game.
Witness my power.
Barthandelus!
Like I say, the worst part about this entire concept is he aimed specifically at Lightning, yeah, which was helpful. Because, you know, Fang and Zaz are just stood there together and contributing very little like that. Absolutely no reason they couldn't stand apart.
Thank you. You can do it!
Yield.
Thank you! Let's go!
Like, Square did already do a real-time battle system that was menu-driven. It was Kingdom Hearts, and it was way better designed. Even the first one, I'm not overly fond of Kingdom Hearts 1, but its battle system worked so much better than this.
You will know.
Alright, great, I look forward to this just ending the fight.
Take down the enemy.
I owe ya. I owe ya.
Barthandelus!
And there you go.
Just
All of that effort
like that.
wasted because the main character got hit too much, and now that's game over. And why am I playing this? That's when the game wants you to summon Odin. I love it when games don't tell you shit like that. Like in Castlevania Order of Ecclesia, when Dracula starts doing his final attack, and it will kill you. There's nothing you can do to avoid it, unless you equip the rune combination that any other point in the game will kill you to equip. I don't want to play this game anymore. Stun him not knowing whether or not it's actually possible. Summon Odin with no indication that that's what you need to do. I think my reaction of heal up, buff up quickly, and throw as many debuffs as possible to try and minimize the damage was pretty reasonable based on everything we already know.
Nothing to you.
You ignorant of the place.
I think that's a pretty reasonable response, and for the game to turn around and say no, game over, is honestly the last fucking straw.
Take down the enemy.
I came into this game fully willing to give it another chance after my original playthrough, which I absolutely hated. Because I thought it deserved a second chance. Maybe I didn't really understand what was going on the first time. Give it a second chance, know what's going on, know how to play it, maybe that'll help. And it's wonderful to come back and see, no, my first impression was totally right, fuck this game. Square made a piece of shit. And the best part is knowing that if I win this, it's not getting better. You know what? That doesn't even fucking matter anymore.
This battle is ours.
Kiora is not useful right now, Vanille, you fucking moron.
Thanks.
You know, it's nice to see that, like, 2 or 3 rounds of healing immediately.
Thank you.
Because everybody stood together and the boss had to I can't figure that out. No. He had a sentinel in the first round,
like
and
that.
I'm pretty sure he just ignored it. Honestly, I'm gonna go back to just having Snow in the party because... Oh, not that. I'm gonna go back to having Snow in the party because Vanille has accomplished absolutely nothing. And if we have Snow in the party, at least everybody isn't stood together. You know, we had Snow in the first one, and I'm pretty sure he just ignored the Sentinel. But the first time we did get further, and Snow being a physical-based character meant that they weren't all stood together. Zaz and Vanille just standing next to each other is one of the biggest problems of that combination. It accomplishes nothing, and once Barthandelus busts out the AoEs, you just get caught in a never-ending loop of healing because they're stood together and they're both getting damaged at the same time. Then lightning just walks over to them, and it just makes it worse.
Cocoon's nothing
Try this
to
again,
you.
then.
Barthandelus!
How you doing, Teak? You know, maybe Sentinel is actually having an effect. It looks like it is. It does get rid of them, but it isn't going to help with the AoE issue. Because they'll come back, still stood together and still at low health. I catch all those times you missed me swearing like crazy because the game was pissing me off. Check out the YouTube archive. More swears.
You ignorant of your fate.
Okay, diversity. Like I said, I think having Snow in the party will probably help the AoE issue. Especially if, as a Sentinel, he stands apart from the rest of the group.
Take down the enemy.
If he stays over there as a Sentinel getting his attention, we should be fine. Since it looks like I was wrong, and Sentinel does actually have an effect. And there you go. Snow's doing exactly what he should be. He's moving away from the party. Plus, it feels like you're on a time limit with the magic amplification there. Because I'm sure that levels up all the magic. Like now he's doing the gas, where previously he was doing the auras.
This is the power of unseen.
So, I feel like if we win like this, the way the rest of the game is going to go is that we're always going to have Snow in the party as a Sentinel. And at this point I'm too mad at the basic mechanics of the game to even care that it means we'll have Snow in our party. Like, with how open of an arena this is, why is Lightning going to stand next to Zaz? Come on. Honestly, video games, I do not want to imagine. Motherfucker!
Just like that.
I don't want to imagine what that's like. It's too early to call it quits, Titanium. The problem is, we keep getting close every now and then Lightning dies, and the game is just like, no, that's it, game over. And that's not a good system. I don't like that in games that I actually like. I don't like when Shin Megami Tensei does that. What do you mean you've never seen me? I'm right here. I appreciate that, why do you bite me?
Cocoon's nothing to you?
Fuck face.
Let's go!
Well, then you can half see me. A little quicker on the bus, if you would, please, Zaz. Honestly, the worst part of it really is the whole thing of if your main character dies, game over. It's such a dumb system. It's a dumb system in a game that really feels like it doesn't support it.
Follow my lead! You're going down! Let's go!
Waste your time.
I think I was muted when I said that. How is Prototype 2 going? Why did it bite me? I saw you were playing that earlier today. When I saw you do it yesterday, it looked like you were probably close to the end.
Follow my lead!
It is pretty fun. I do feel like it is a good enough improvement over the original to like really be worth going into. The missions aren't as frustrating. The first game had a real issue. I didn't want that. I wanted diversity. The first game had a real issue with some frustrating missions. If we die this time, Titanium, sure. Honestly, the no backseating is mostly there just so people don't tell me what to do when I know what I'm doing. But I appreciate you asking. Like I said, we die this time, go for it. I hope it's not going to turn out that there's a secret way to move your characters in the field. You do have a point there, why did bite me, although still better than Prototype 1 towards the end with that one mission where you had to protect the pump. I never finished Prototype 1 because of that mission.
Barthandelus!
Stop standing near each other.
Follow my lead!
This is the power of unseen.
I think the second is an improvement. The first one's fun, but some of the missions are really frustrating. The second one, I think, is more fun. Yeah. Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that Zaz knows haste, I'd replace him with Fang. Because at least Fang wouldn't just stand next to you. But then you've run into the issue of 3 melee characters. And everybody would just be stood together anyway. I appreciate everybody sticking around during this. I imagine this can't be fun to watch.
You are ignorant of your place.
Follow my lead.
I appreciate that video games. I think Lightning was at a really good position there for a little while, of just standing away from everybody else. And then she got too close to Zaz again and Faraga just hits.
Thanks.
I appreciate it.
Here we go.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
Take down there.
You will taste agony.
Come on. Some heals on Zaz.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Okay, can we get that extra?
Witness my power.
And then snow.
Let's go.
You will know terror.
Good thing I know it's summon this time.
Odin.
Alright, I appreciate being here, White About Me, and I appreciate the look. Well, you take care of yourself, buddy, if we don't
Clear the
catch you
field.
before the end.
Lend me your blade.
On the big sky. Hey, Lena. No, this is hell.
You'll carve out a new fate. Hiya!
Yeah, I've always had issues trying to just play
Well done.
Jedi Knight.
Take down the enemy. Thank you.
I have a word with you about that later. Oh, just that one. No. Jedi Outcast and Jedi Academy play fine on PC. And even if they don't, there are other options for playing them. Which you might not have available to you, but you might. Again, really? Yeah, Jedi Outcast is still considered perhaps the best Jedi game.
Follow my lead.
It's really good. KOTOR's pretty fun. I did KOTOR 1 for stream last year. Its biggest problem in hindsight is that it's a very standard Star Wars story, which I suppose at this point I'm just kind of tired of. But if you've never played it before, it can be a lot of fun. It's no problem. I've played most Star Wars games. And I enjoy a lot of them. If you are curious, Titanium, and Lino doesn't end up doing it, I do have it on the YouTube archive when I did it for Star Wars Month last year. I was considering doing... Fucking bitch. I was considering doing KOTOR 2 this year, but the only way to really do KOTOR 2 is PC. There is no real purpose for doing it on console, unfortunately, because you want that sort of content. And I've not been able to get it working properly. There's an issue with the modern port of it done by Aspyr, where if you play it in full screen, if you play it in full screen, the frame rate is absolutely terrible. And I've not been able to figure out how to deal with that, beyond the fact that I don't really stream from PC anyway, because the system isn't great for doing that, for playing and streaming at the same time. Son of a bitch, eat it, you fucking dick. Do we have a celebration noise? Do I have a celebration noise? I don't have a celebration noise. Let me, That works. Who's ready for the game to get more tedious?
The fal'Cie running the sanctum.
Then, I guess it wasn't Eden controlling things after all.
As I said, I am Lord Sovereign.
Piss off, Pope.
Guess Fal'Cie don't go down as easy as the rest of us.
Ease is not the issue. You have not fought to win. You should know quite well already the sure way of dispatching our kind. Ragnarok.
What's Ragnarok? Ah! Ah! Ah!
Pitiful to see. You've forgotten your focus.
Forgotten, we were never told the focus.
Ragnarok is the beast one of you must become in order to lay waste to Cocoon. You have had the dream. One among you will become that monstrosity. Defeat Orphan and destroy Cocoon.
Orphan.
The font of Eden's power. Orphan fuels Eden with strength, and Eden in turn sustains you and the rest of our kind. Destroy Orphan, and you'll release a force such as this world has never seen. Cocoon will be torn asunder.
So if I did that, destroyed Orphan,
Your focus will be fulfilled.
So what? Who says it has to be?
Sarah asked us to save Cocoon before she turned to Crystal.
I honestly don't think he cares,
Save it.
no.
And that's what we're gonna do. Sarah was trying to tell us how to complete our focus, and we have...
Allow me to help you see the truth of things. The moment you arrived, your friend wept crystal tears. This was because her focus required that you be brought together. That girl did nothing but assemble the tools for Cocoon's destruction. Did it never occur to you? Or did you simply refuse to countenance the thought? If you will not face the truth, then face the peril of your plight.
Okay. Oh, the bird got bigger.
Run, let's see. See how stark reality is.
Come on!
Alright.
This is bad. The yoke's jammed. Knew it was a trap.
Something's coming!
Did the bird transform into the ship?
Not so fast, Lassie.
I thought you were dead.
Hang on!
What kind of ship is that? Bird turned into a plane.
The hell kind of ship is this? Fighting on its own?
Clever, aren't you?
I thought Rosh was dead. Like, didn't he get shot or something?
Can't we do something?
Got me! I give up!
The shield!
shouldn't. This has to be watching where we're flying.
Saz, look out!
Hey, cat. How you doing? Oh boy. Oh, we crashed on Pulse after
Where are
this.
we? Looks like a piece of pulse.
Pulse? What, you mean like the Bodum vestige? Something like that. It's close to Eden.
Yeah, well, what I don't understand is after the purge and all that Lassie paranoia, why keep a chunk of pulse under the floorboards?
Is this what the Primarch wanted us to see?
A
This is a
place
bigger
for Lascivious
question.
accept their fate.
Is
Do you
after
really
everything,
think our focus is what Daisley said it is?
why is Barthandelus trying to get us to fulfill our focus when it would
Destroy the
presumably mean
Fal'Cie
his
Edens
death?
and shatter Cocoon. That's what the vision's telling us, more or less.
I don't actually remember the answer to that,
So, we're back to square
so
one.
we're just gonna have to find out.
Out of luck.
Mr. Hero! Cocoon calling Snow!
It's almost like Daisley wants it to come true.
Seems that way. He sure didn't mind explaining it. Here's your focus on the silver platter.
Yeah, no, we're gonna go and destroy the Fal'Cie.
Makes sense. I don't get it.
Oh wait,
Why
we're
would
actually
Cocoon
supposed to destroy the
Fal'Cie?
Fal'Cie? Well,
What's
now I
destroying
don't want to do it.
Cocoon?
Maybe it's a Fal'Cie thing. You know what I mean? Some grand design we just don't understand.
Hey, Snow! Nothing from you?
Uh-huh. So, this way?
$6,000 points. And now we can develop further and go absolutely ridiculous. Why is the price point for this lower than it was in the previous? Snow's not here right now. If you'd like to leave a message after the beep.
So gathering that the tools for destruction turned you to crystal.
Yeah. Well, at least they've lowered the grind cost. Yeah, like, it becomes the big question, like, okay, so we decided we were gonna destroy the Fal'Cie. But now that a Fal'Cie has said that we're supposed to destroy the Fal'Cie, everyone's like, oh, we shouldn't destroy the Fal'Cie then.
Wish I could say it was my piloted skills that saved us back there, but it wasn't. Truth is, the ship handled all the flying and shooting. I'm not talking about some jacked up autopilot either. Something wanted us to make it out of there, and made sure we did.
Yeah, that was the point. Like, kill the Fal'Cie. Free Cocoon from the Fal'Cie's control.
Checking your brand? You start to stray or take too much of a shock, your brand will change, and it'll be next stop XIII Central. Keep that in mind.
I feel like the story just doesn't really want to make sense. Oh, we're on disc 3 now, chapter 10. Okay. Where do we go?
Don't believe everything a Fal'Cie says.
That's a fair point. Why are we believing what Barthandelus is saying?
But who knows? He could be lying to trick us into helping him to do something else. We should listen to Sarah, not some Fal'Cie.
Vanille feels like the most reasonable one there. Like, why should we listen to Barthandelus? Especially if after our introduction to him was, hey, humans are tools that I can discard at any moment.
We all had when we were made into the sea. One of us is supposed to become this Ragnarok thing and destroy Eden. Except we do that by destroying this orphan that gives Eden its power. I think I have that part straight now.
But again, our intention was to destroy Eden.
I gotta apologize. Looks like I was wrong.
About Sarah's focus? Not like you to second-guess yourself.
Yeah, well, even heroes make mistakes.
What about your plan to protect Cocoon? Either
Yeah, I feel
way,
like if you were going to
your
do that
faith in
titanium,
Sarah's
he'd only
strong.
take you for a ride.
That strength got you this far.
It was all wrong.
Yeah. You tried so hard to convince us that you even fooled yourself. You've been a total idiot. But still... it saved me. You trusted Sarah. Let that faith drive you. It even made me want to believe.
Oh, so I am. Thank you, Clem. Let me deal with it.
Sarah, talk to me, baby.
There we go, I'm back.
This could
No, it
be-
happens sometimes.
I mean, those were just legends, right?
I think the problem is it doesn't properly focus on me.
Some say we're close to Eden, but it's hard to be sure.
Lightning's character growth is underappreciated, I'll definitely admit that. I didn't properly appreciate it previously. A big part of the problem is when Lightning appears in anything else, that character growth is completely undone. And she's the unlikable bitch that she is at the start of this game. Because that's the popular perception of her. And it's a similar issue that appears with characters like Cloud. Whenever Cloud appears in anything outside his own games, he's just the Like, you play Dissidia, and Dissidia is enjoyable enough, but the characters in that are so shallow. It's really kind of disappointing.
I can't believe we're still in Cocoon.
It's kind of creepy.
Why? Oh great, robots. Oh great, Vanille's in my party. Come on. Yep, gonna have to get out of this fight and rework all the paradigms.
Nothing personal.
It's weird and kind of irritating that the game would do
You
this.
asked for it.
Like, yeah, no, we're going to change your party up and also change your paradigms when they've already given you access to the entire party. Yeah, it feels like it wants to be a cape, but isn't fully committed to it. I mean, if it was actually a proper scarf, that would be kind of cool. Shinobi on PS2 has that kind of idea. The main character in Shinobi on PS2 has a scarf that's like red and really long, and it's a very nice visual detail.
Easy.
I thought it said Idea for some reason. Idea mode, no capes. Cool, not worth doing. The game confirmed it. I mean, yeah, it's clearly designed as a cape. Just feels like it isn't fully committed to being a cape. Well, that's also a point, like, Idea did have, like, 2 cape pieces on her shoulders,
Must be an
but when she goes into battle, she just removes them.
An arc?
That's what they called them.
Idea was cool, I liked
Long
Idea's
ago,
design.
The Falsi, who made their home on Grand Pulse, were afraid of invasion from the outside. As part of their battle preparations, they created an army of living weapons, and they stored those weapons in arcs. And they hid the arcs all over the world.
Everyone on Grand Pulse knew the legend.
So, this is basically a Pulse armory.
Mm-hmm.
Got it
Most
far.
of us never believed in them. A few people tried searching, but they never found a thing. Who'd have thought to look
Around the
like a
back of her knees,
Under
normally.
our noses. Some secret they kept. Yeah, those Sanctum guys. What are they up to?
The story's not done. There's more.
They used to say the Arcs had a more practical purpose.
Huh. Really?
Yeah, to force Lassie to master their shiny new powers.
Yeah, look at the back of her legs again.
Okay, so I get it. Daisley's goal is to forge us into stronger weapons. Right.
Not Seath, but monsters all the same.
Think of it as training for the fight ahead.
I mean, there's also a question of, like, where's Hope's boomerang, Bang's staff, Vanille's fishing rod. Yeah, you're right. And Zaz's gun holsters have disappeared as well.
These guys again.
Fun times.
Over there. We gotta keep moving.
Yeah, I found it, if I remember rightly, I found it not to be worth it to level up the other roles. It's like, okay, so Sentinel. Like, look at the cost of that. Like, that's not worth it. I honestly didn't notice that the weapons stuff disappeared. Yeah, Snow punches things. Like, look at that. 3,000, it isn't worth it to level the characters up on new roles. Not my gloves. Now what will I wear in the cold? But yeah, my advice, just keep them on the same roles they've always been on. Because the other roles are not worth it. It's a fair point, honestly, video games. Since they are shown in the in-game, just running around, you can see them. Zaz's best unique feature is being a synergist. Yeah, I think it was shown reasonably why you shouldn't bother leveling anybody on the other roles, the roles that they're not natively capable of. Well, that was my point earlier, Titan. Like, now we've got everybody, why did it change the party? What's the point? That seems reasonable.
We do.
Like, we've got all the party members now. They're not going to leave. Or they haven't left. Why change the party? Diversity, I need to have diversity. Every time I set up the paradigm, there's always one that I get wrong.
I appreciate it.
Time for another approach.
Teak, what time are you doing live tonight? We changed this. We do not need Hero's Charge. Anything back here?
Turning back?
Doesn't look like it. Wait a minute, I'm transparent. I think that's better. Okay, and then try disaster to boost up the stagger. And then Cerberus to take advantage. Ugh. Might as well take these guys out. I do Cerberus here. Two commandos, when there's more than one target, commandos won't target the same thing. But we do it like this and take advantage of that, and then it'll knock the stagger up for everyone. That's weird. I think I said it felt like a time thing because of the magic amplification was making his attack strong, going from fire to fire to Braga. So it didn't surprise me that it was actually a time thing and would eventually be casted. But that's also a case of, you know, that's bullshit. As it was, I think the one we won, the fight we won on, took about 8 minutes, I think. I can't remember. But that is bullshit. It's good to know that there are more layers of that boss being bullshit.
Back me up.
Here we go. Bullshit square.
Keep the enemy off balance.
I feel like one way or another the fight's gonna be over within 20 minutes, but that is fucking dumb. I don't like that the Eidolon fights cast Doom. Hell, one of the reasons I don't like the Marluxia fight in Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix is that Marluxia casts Doom at the start. Yeah, that's fucking dumb. I don't know how you'd even make an emote out of the idea of bullshit squared.
No.
So, out of curiosity, Titanium, what was the Google hint that you managed to find? Here's a fun idea. Stop standing together, you morons. Elemental weaknesses. Yeah, that wouldn't have helped with the AI. Again, like Persona 3, with the way Persona 3 is all like, hey, you know, analyze the enemy so you can figure out the weaknesses. And you have to analyze the enemy to make sure the AI will take advantage of the weaknesses. Because if you just hit the weakness, the AI companions will ignore it. It's like, oh, what's that? This enemy is weak to ice? And then Mitsuru proceeds to cast Marin Karin 5 times. And it's like, thanks Mitsuru, get out and party. Yeah, the paradigm setups seem like luck most of the time. Like, luck that your paradigm setups are good enough. This probably isn't even worth it. I appreciate that, Titanium, I really do. Apparently that is something useful. I'm gonna make the point that even when we hit max, the highest we can currently hit, with all the paradigms, with the specific roles we have set up, I'm not gonna be leveling up these other roles. Vanille will not be learning Commando, Sentinel, or Synergist. Because it is not worth the cost. That's post-game bullshit if you want to be doing that. Alright, let's go. Back to just wandering through corridors. Nothing down there. Nothing down there.
This arc thing is here to train us up for the end of the world, huh?
Yeah, no, I appreciate you taking a look for that stuff, Titanium. Why do these things have half a health bar? This is weird.
Keep a cool head.
This path is a dead end. anything over here? Yeah, there is. Yeah.
Let's get this over with.
Yeah, the no back seating thing is mostly just a case of like, don't tell me how to play a game I've played before. You don't know if I played it before or not, okay? And maybe I want to figure things out for myself. It's a respect thing mostly. And I appreciate you asking about it. I do enjoy the process of figuring a lot of stuff out. Don't tell me what to do, Tika. I'll come over to your house and I'll spit in your food. Teak, what time are you going live today?
You know what to do.
I don't know, Teak, what time are you going live?
Change of plan.
You know me, I don't have a preset end time. I like to go over 3 hours. And then anything after that is just a case of I do want to raid you on Tuesdays, since the RPGs I do go neatly into the RPGs you're doing. One RPG into another. I don't know. Alright, we'll see how I feel then. See if you're still live before I feel like I should just quit.
This thing's old. Real old. Might even be older than Cocoon.
What if we combine? What if we took Slugma from Pokemon, but made its head into a flower instead of fire?
Nothing I can't handle.
No, that's fair enough, T. There's no real hurry.
Wide open.
I don't wanna rush you with that stuff. D20. Yeah. You just fought a bullshit enemy video games, or like you're saying in my shoes? Just insta-kill, like. Are you playing 13 right now? Yeah, Drama Fan. Drama Fan follows me. Been in here a while. I've been in here a few times. Seems like a cool dude. Drama Fan lurking right now? Yeah, Drama Fan's lurking right now. Drama Fan seems like a cool dude. No, you can only at people who are actually talking in chat. Well, let's see how good this is. Yeah, it's a weird idea that you can only at people. You could, yeah, you could type in at DramaFan 1984 manually, but it won't give you the automatic because they haven't spoken in chat. Yeah. You are right with monster designs, Titanium. Some of them are pretty dumb. Or you can do that. There we go.
Just another battle.
Anyway. Looks like a dead end with nothing up there, but let's go closer and check. Just to be sure. Yeah, video games, are you... Oh, that's right, you got 13 working on PC, didn't you? Are you playing on PC right now? Yeah, that's fair enough. That works out. How are we doing on Crystarium points? Might as well level up. Okay, Ravager, Medic, probably Medic. Synergist. Smite. Almost. Medic. Okay, that's good. Saboteur. And Fang. Alright. Let's go further. Yay. So, currently intending to start doing Yakuza soon, for the Monday streams.
You know what to do. Time for another approach.
Come on. Yeah, instead of the Yakuza soon for the Monday streams. Depending on how well that goes, I'm debating making that a series run. We'll have to see, because I do tend to get burnt out and that kind of thing, and want to play something else. But if we do end up doing a series run, I have Yakuza 1, 2, 4, 5, Dead Souls, 0, and Kiwami. Yakuza's pretty cool. I've never finished any of them. Yeah, 1, 2, 4, 5, Kiwami, Dead Souls 0.
How do you hide something like this?
Fortunately enough, though, the remastered collection has just recently gone on Xbox Game Pass. So if I do that, because I didn't want to pick up original 3 anyway, because the original Western release of 3 had a bunch of stuff cut out of it. The remaster doesn't have that stuff cut out. So I've grabbed the collection, the remaster collection on Game Pass. And
take this.
My intention in going through them will be Yakuza 1, 2, 3 remaster, 4 remaster, Dead Souls, 5 remaster, 0. I think Kiwami came out before 6, and Kiwami's a remake of the first one. And then we'll see, because I don't actually own 6 or Kiwami 2 or Like a Dragon. I do want to make the point though, the original Yakuza game on PS2, which is the first one I'll be doing, has English voice acting. I also have Judgment, which I think was supposed to be a spin-off of some kind, or set in the same universe. Yeah, Yakuza's cool. I've just never finished any of them. I originally picked up Yakuza 2 back on the PS2 years ago. Didn't cost me much because I got it years ago before the series really blew up. I think this was before Yakuza 3 came out, or it might have been a little after. A friend had recommended me the Yakuza series, or I'd been talking about it, and then I saw Yakuza 2 in the game shop I happened to frequent. This was back in college. So I picked it up, I played a couple of hours of it and just never finished it, because by this point I was unfortunately in the phase where I just wasn't finishing games. I'd get a game, put it on, play it for an hour, maybe 2, and then just stop. Which only got worse as time went on, and now I've got plenty of games that I've bought years ago that I've never even touched. Like Lightning Returns. I bought Lightning Returns years ago on PS3. It was £10, brand new, fully sealed. And I've never played it. Never even stuck it in the PS3. And now I have it on Xbox 360 because it's backwards compatible on this. Yeah, I want to do Yakuza. It'll be a nice change of pace, not an RPG. And they're supposed to be really good games, and I enjoyed what I played of them. It's not like I stopped playing them because I wasn't enjoying them. I feel like I explain that too often. That I've got so many games that I've played for like 20 minutes and then just stopped. And it's not because I wasn't enjoying them. There's progress. Seems like it. Let's go back up then. At this point, I definitely have too many games.
Back me up.
That's a fair point. Because currently we're doing Final Fantasy XIII, which was the 150 follower goal. Game. Plus the redemptions for Final Fantasy VII and Skies of Arcadia, which we're currently taking a break from, so chances we can get a little further ahead in that.
Change of plan. Time for another approach.
Yeah, take a break from Skies of Arcadia so Chansum can get further ahead in that. Chansum's also been playing at the same time and he's not played it before. So... the issue with all three of these games is they're games I've done before. And I really do want to have some focus on games that I haven't done before. Really work through the backlog. Which is part of the reason why, while we're taking the break from Skies of Arcadia, we're doing Ninja Gaiden 2, because I haven't done in the original Ninja Gaiden 2 before. That's why on Mondays I want to be doing Yakuza, but I've not done Yakuza before. And after Final Fantasy XIII, I want to get back to doing an RPG that I've not done before, and I decided I wanted to do an action RPG. Wanted to do an action RPG to... Are you fucking kidding me? Stop isn't counteracted by haste.
Time for another approach.
Wanted to do an action RPG to mix it up from the turn-based stuff. And I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. I narrowed it down to two games, East Origin and Code Vein. I said I wanted to do Code Vein a while ago. But I was unsure which of the two I really wanted to go with, which is why we currently have the vote going on. Brought the poll back. So you guys can click on that link and vote on which of the two games you would like to see me do next. Code Vein or East Origin. They're both good games with a reputation for difficulty. Code Vein is mostly on Clem's recommendation, honestly. But they have a reputation for difficulty. Code Vein being a Dark Souls clone. generally described as anime vampire souls. And Ys Origin, with its boss fights, which, from what I've seen, are very much like boss fights in the rest of these games, which are pretty difficult. So if you want to see me do one of those, check out the vote and vote on which one you want to do. If you're unsure about what either game is, on the Discord I have linked trailers to both games, so you can take a look and decide which one interests you more. Which I started doing a while back when we were doing the votes, because I realised that not everybody is aware of a lot of some of the more obscure shit I have. Ys isn't super obscure anymore, which is quite nice. 5-10 years ago, it was a lot more obscure than it is now. But now, with the success of the Ys games on PC, and then Ys VIII Lacrimosa of Dana came out and did pretty well, and Memories of Celceta is on PS4 now rather than just Vita, and you can get these games on more systems now. I think it's not as unknown anymore. But you may not have seen it.
Nothing I can't handle.
So once we finish Final Fantasy XIII, which with any luck will be before the end of February, once this is done, we'll be heading into whichever game wins. The poll will stay open until the day I'm set to start the new game. At which point, before I set up for the stream, I will take a look at what has won, and then set up to play that game. I say set up, those games are... I have both of those games on PS4, so it's not a big deal whichever one wins, it's the same setup. Yeah, it should be fun. Hopefully. And, like, Ys has some kick-ass music if you've never heard it. I recommend checking out the series, especially if you play on PC, because almost all of the games are available on PC now. It's the only system you can get E6 on at the minute. Unless you're gonna go out and get a PSP, you can't play Ys 1 and 2 anywhere else.
These things.
Unless you're gonna play a PSP or
What's
an
this
older
sanctum up
system.
to? Are they planning to start a war?
Kinda spoiled that one was gonna jump down when there was the red dot on the map.
On your toes.
And of course, Code Vein is just available on PS4, Xbox One, and PC. All I've done with Code Vein so far is make the character.
New strategy.
one thing that's pretty neat about it is you can save a created character template and reload it later when you make a new character. So that's all I've really done, that and took a quick look at the tutorial. And the character creation is quite nice. I quite like it. I look forward to playing either of those games.
You asked for it.
Beyond that, we have another redemption that has been made for Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne, which was made by Chansum. My intention is to do with that what I'm currently doing in Final Fantasy VII with Klim, because Klim redeemed FF7. I thought it'd be a neat idea, because Klim is also a big fan of FF7. I thought it'd be a neat idea if Klim joined me on the mic for that, and he did, and he is. So I've kind of decided to make that an option. If you redeem a game, you will be allowed to join me on mic for that playthrough, if you want. And Chansum said he would like to join me on mic for Nocturne. That playthrough is going to be after FF7. Nice.
Change of plan.
Hey, Shaun, thank you. You all good? All good. But yeah, that playthrough is going to be after FF7 and when Chansum is available. I'll be doing Nocturne. And that's currently everything we've got planned for the minute. Oh, shit.
Keep the enemy off balance. Time for another approach.
Yeah, it's currently everything we've got planned for the minute. See how Chansum's doing with Skies of Arcadia after Ninja Gaiden. If he isn't, if I don't feel like he's far enough ahead of us, then we'll do another stream of a game that I've not played before that isn't an RPG. Got a bunch of them. Or, like, if by that point we're doing Yakuza and Code Vein or East Origin, I might do something I've already played as a replay. I might be doing a wrestling game, actually. One of the old ones had a really good story mode. I enjoyed those back in the day.
Time for another approach.
Well, this has been my ramble stream. I am currently done rambling for the moment. If anybody has anything they want to contribute. I don't like the upgrade system in this for the weapons alongside getting new weapons. Because it feels like the upgrade system wants to work like Final Fantasy VIII did, with the way you didn't get new weapons in that game, you just upgraded them. But then it gives you new weapons, And if you've been upgrading the weapons you've currently got, then the new weapons aren't going to be as good.
Well, at least we shouldn't run into side.
But they might be better if you upgrade them. But you can't be sure of that. Which means you either have to not upgrade anything for most of the game, or stick with what you have been upgrading, which may not be the best possible answer. And I don't like either system. It feels like a poorly implemented idea. You know, like most of 13. I jump on these from above without them noticing me. Nope. Damn. Alright. Well, yeah, we got. Alright, check everybody again. Nobody? Alright. It's the same thing with the accessories. Like, you could upgrade the accessories you get, but then you may get ones that are better. Except they're not better to begin with, because you've upgraded the old ones. But they might be better when you upgrade them, so then you end up with the real issue of, do you potentially waste upgrades? And even if you don't end up wasting upgrades, you specifically put them into what you have that could be the strongest you've got at the minute, you still waste upgrades. Upgrade the old piece of equipment and then, oh, new piece of equipment, upgrade that to be better. And you've wasted the upgrades on the old piece of equipment, really. And it just feels like a poorly implemented system. Which is why I've been mostly ignoring it. How far does this go? Phosphorus, lesser known siblings of Hydro's. What the fuck is a casting poison? Well, at least the poison doesn't last long. Oh, it merged.
Time for another approach.
I completely forgot they could do that.
Keep the enemy off balance. And so it ends.
I feel like they knew how often you were going to die because of this shit. Because, like, you know, main character goes down, game over. I feel like they knew how often this was going to happen, which is why there's the retry system, which puts you, like, that was less than 2 feet away from the battle we just died in.
Target's a target.
Alright. Less of the posing, please. More of the healing, please. Need the Essener. Need the heals. Or I could have done an Essener and 2 cures. Chose not to. Yeah, the merging is... Oh, okay. I thought you were about the ooze. Iflan ooze? Iflan ooze. We'll do that then. I could really do a drink. Okay, so that is the next story point, I guess. Right, target the ooze first, because if they merge, that's an issue. There we go. You know, Bane would have probably laughed at Iflan ooze. You know, Bane's doing okay. Go. Okay. Oh nope, they moved the point. It's weird. Why even have the point there to begin with? It's not like I was going to go any other direction than this to begin. It's not like I was going to go any other direction than this. There's only one direction to go. Oh great, a behemoth.
This'll be interesting.
Change of plan. For this to be a pain in the ass.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, go. I hope this isn't one of those behemoths that will regain all of its health when it stands up. Interesting how fast we're draining its health like this. I don't know if it was going to refill its health, but if it was, we were very close there. After a certain point, the behemoths you come across in the game, when the health gets low enough, they'll pull whatever is lodged into their head out and stand up, and they'll become more dangerous like that. The behemoths on Grand Pulse will also fully recover their health that way. I don't know what enemy that is, because I don't remember the name of most of the enemies in this game. I will look it up. Give me a moment. Right, they only appear in missions, which I did not do. I'm okay with that. Oh no, it got bigger. Well, killed Zaz.
Steady now.
Well, we revived Zaz. Is it even worth casting Essenor on Snow? Because he'll get poisoned when he gets hit again anyway. Like there, he's immediately poisoned again. Everybody go and beat up the penguin. There we go. Right, now where are we going? All the way over there.
Don't suppose they've got tour guides, huh?
That makes sense with the whole idea of a squishy wizard. White mages usually do have pretty low health. Which is especially frustrating if you end up in a situation where you need to heal them, but the enemy just will not stop focusing on them. I wonder if the game is giving me more points now per battle, with the expectation that I'm going to level up some of these other roles for these characters, which would be funny because I'm not going to do that, and all I'm going to use it for is holding on to those points until the Crystarium expands further. I mean, there is a point to it. It's like we could do this. It's like, oh, here it is. And we go here. And it's like, oh, an extra 10 HP. Stat increases. But these are 3,000 a pop, and that ain't worth it. Like, no, these are not worth it. So fuck that. Interesting. Yeah, all the characters have... Like, Snow's already filled all 3 of his roles so far now. Like, almost all the characters are almost there now. And I feel like it's going to be a little while longer before the Crystarium is expanded again. Which makes me think they really do want you to be throwing points into the others, and I'm not going to do it. I'm going to hold on to the extra points we have when the Crystarium expands, and then we can immediately get those stat boosts for cheaper. By leveling up the roll we already have. When it comes down to it, with the limited number of paradigms anyway... God damn it. With the limited number of paradigms anyway, you're not going to be switching between roles that much. You do not gain anything by having one character able to do all 6 roles. You only do it to get more health. If you can spare the points, fair enough. It's totally fair enough. Ten enemies attacking 3 characters. Weak enemies, yes, but 10 enemies attacking 3 people builds up quickly. And I'm not fond of that. This isn't the way forward, so I do want to check this out. Oh, great. All the mini things and a behemoth.
On your toes.
Thanks. Thanks.
Keep a cool head.
Alright, and then try the rest of it. Keep the pressure on. If I remember rightly, one of the problems with the behemoth standing up and regaining all the health is that it also resets the stagger meter. I might be wrong, but I feel like that is what happens. I hope I'm wrong, because that'll just be even worse to deal with. Okay, it did the enemy flash, but the enemy is all the way down there. Really what they wanted us to be aware of?
This'll be interesting. Thanks.
Thanks.
Alright, go. And try to this. Surprised how effective Ravager is on the Behemoth. Especially 3 Ravagers. I'm surprised how quickly it burns through the health. I mean, haste and boost to magic also helps. Still. Okay, what do we got?
Wide open.
Yeah, I know that, because Ravager is the best role for doing it. But we're not actually staggering the Behemoth. It's dying before it gets staggered. Which is kind of interesting.
You asked for it.
Thanks.
I'm honestly kind of surprised at the effectiveness of Tri-Disaster and Cerberus. Mostly because I remember in my original playthrough, having all Ravagers and all Commandos wasn't all that great.
Keep a cool head.
Get that stagger meter maintained a little bit, and then go. Generally, I found 3 Ravagers doesn't keep the stagger meter high. Because unless a Ravager is reinforced by a Commando, the stagger meter drains really quickly. But paying close attention to just how much you need to hit... Oh shit, it stood up. That was close. Paying close attention to just how much you need to hit it to get the... need to hit it with Commando to get the stagger meter to maintain itself a little better. And then switching to Tri-Disaster has been really effective. For the enemies that we are actually staggering. Like I say, we're dealing with the Behemoth too fast to stagger it though, which is a surprise. Yeah.
You asked for it.
That's why in general my thought of the best stagger paradigm was a Relentless Assault, 2 Ravagers and a Commando to maintain the stagger meter. But it seems like the best idea is Relentless Assault to build a stagger meter and then maintain it with a couple hits off the Commando, and then into Tri-Disaster. Because the stagger meter will maintain itself for an extended period. And unless the enemy has a stupidly high stagger threshold, then it should work out. Yeah, snow's done again. Health is almost done. What does Jinx do? Oh, okay. And Fang's done. This will make it really simple when the Crystarium is expanded more. Which will be really nice. It'll be quick extra game for a while. Like a bonfire. An instantaneous burst of stat increases. Okay. I think I know what this is. And if I'm right, this is probably something we should do next time. We've gone for about 4 hours now. I'm glad we got past... Barthandelus. It took longer than I would have liked, but I'm glad we're done with it. Really, for the most part, that is the single worst boss of the game. Like, there's other enemies that are frustrating in various ways, but that is the worst boss, as far as I remember. So yeah, that'll do it for today. I want to thank everybody who joined the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Teak, Video Games, Molino, Titanium, Clem, Frolic, Cat. Did I miss anybody? Why did it bite me? And that seems to be everybody. Yeah, thanks so much for joining me, guys. Thanks so much for keeping me company and sticking around during the Barthandelus fight when I got really angry. I do really appreciate that. We'll be back on Thursday. 8 PM Greenwich Mean Time GMT with more Final Fantasy 13. Where we'll go and do this boss fight, which... Honestly, I think I know what it is. I'm not going to say it. Because I don't want to spoil it. But yeah. No, you are right, video games. But I do appreciate you sticking around regardless. So what we're going to do is we're going to go and raid Teak, who has just gone live with Final Fantasy IV, the After Years. He is planning on finishing it tonight, and if he does, next week he'll be starting Dragon Quest V, Hand to Heavenly Bride. Teak's a cool dude. He does RPGs on Tuesdays for his turn-based Tuesdays. So yeah, if you guys want to check him out, that'd be really cool. We're going to go raid him. But that's going to do it for today. Once again, I want to thank everybody for joining me, and big special thank you to everybody in the chat for sticking around, keeping me company. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Teak wants me to stall for 3 minutes. God damn it. But yeah, Thursday we'll continue. I say I think I know what this fight is. It is somewhat important to the story, I think. I say I think because I don't remember what the point of it was from my original playthrough. I was not in any mood to really care when I got here in my original playthrough, so I don't even remember what the point was. Let's see, we've got the vote, which is going on to decide what we're going to be playing after this. It is between Ys Origin and Code Vein, which are both action RPGs. Ys Origin is pretty old school. It originally came out in 2004. Wasn't released in the West for several years. It's aged pretty well though. It's aesthetic, it uses 3D graphics with 2D pixel art, and I think it's aged pretty well visually. Its music is really cool. I've only played the first boss of one of the routes. There are 3 routes you can take with 3 characters, and the intention is to do all of them to get all of the story. And Code Vein is a Souls like generally referred to as like anime vampire souls. It looked pretty neat. Our buddy Clem has recommended it. Let me give Clem a shout. Let me give some shoutouts to a bunch of people here. Clem, who is a cool dude. If you don't follow him, recommend checking it out. He finished Final Fantasy IX on Saturday. So this Saturday he's intending to do something else. He suggested a genocide run of Undertale, but he's unsure yet whether or not that's what he's going to do. But Clem's worth checking out, he's a cool dude. Of course we've got my buddy Lino, who is pretty cool. He just finished Star Wars Dark Forces yesterday, and is intending to do Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2. I say intending, he was doing it earlier, but the game kept crashing on him. So he might not be able to get it to work. If he doesn't, I assume, based on what he said earlier, he'll be going into Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast, which is a fantastic game. And Lino's a cool dude, he's worth checking out. So yeah, check him out. We also have Wine Bite Me. Why did Bite Me in here earlier? He was playing Magic the Gathering? I thought he was playing Prototype. Yeah, that's the right spelling of it. Why Bite Me is a pretty cool dude. Definitely worth checking him out. He plays a bunch of stuff, which I think can be the most interesting kind of streamer to check out. Like the ones who will do a little bit of variety, or will, like, you can never truly really predict. Kind of what I try to be like in some respects. Like, yeah, we focus mostly on RPGs, but try and keep you guessing what RPGs we're going to be doing. We've got my buddy Magic, who is currently live. Magic Core. Who is currently working his way through his first playthrough of Persona 5 Royal. He's playing it on Merciless difficulty because he is a madman. But I recommend checking him out. Magic does not speak on the mic. He has anxiety concerns. But he does reply to you to chat in chat. So if you go in there and you chat, he'll type back at you on chat, which is even easier since he's playing a turn-based RPG. But yeah, I recommend checking him out. We've also got my buddy Signer, who recently started streaming, who is I need to put a shout out on Ned Signer. Recently started streaming. He is working his way through Metal Gear Solid Ground Zeroes, doing all of the side ops. He's a cool dude. I recommend checking him out. I don't know what he's going to do after that. Ground Zero is his second streaming game. He previously did the original Metal Gear Solid, and now he's doing Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes. I don't know if he's going to go on to Phantom Pain. Presumably he will. But after that, I don't know what his intentions are with streaming. Yeah. Anybody else? I guess not. I feel like we have probably been stalling for longer than 3 minutes, so I am going to go ahead and set the raid up. Teak is a cool dude. Does a bunch of stuff. Does turn-based Tuesdays on the Tuesdays. He's working through his backlog on Thursdays, which he has a vote set up that you can put channel points into to decide what the next game he'll be doing is. And on Fridays, he has started playing Castlevania games with the intention of going through them in chronological order. He started with Lament of Innocence for the PS2, and he's currently working his way through that. If you know the timeline, then you will know the next game he's doing should be Castlevania 3 Dracula's Curse, but he's also doing the non-canon games. So if you just go straight off year numbers, the next game he'll be doing is actually Castlevania Legends for Game Boy. I recommend checking him out. He's a cool dude, and we're going to go and raid him. But yeah, with that, once again, I want to thank everybody for watching. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat for keeping me company, and especially for sticking around through the bullshit Barthandelus fight. But in the meantime, thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day, and take care. Catch you later, guys. Bye.